Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. We will start off with roll call. Mr. Fuentes? Mr. Eggert?
Here.
Dr. Chris? Present. Ms. Malley? Here. And I myself, Laura, am here. Moving on to number 2, recognition of BCSD Education Foundation, the directors, Ms. Pam Bauer, event sponsors, and check presentation.
Well, there's more directors than just me. But we would like to present to you the profit we've made off of the teddy bear picnic and the fun run that is going to the foundation for 2 purposes. One, the one that's closest to my heart, is Camp Keep scholarships to help kids who can't afford to go. And secondly, teacher grants. And we have a whole range of grants for teachers, reading, technology, competitions, test grants, that all they have to do is apply, following the right directions on the form. And it's pretty good odds that they will get the grant that they want, as long as it complies with the directions. So with that, first of all, the sponsors who are here, please stand. Wow. And those who are on the foundation board itself, please stand if you're not up already. And if you are up already, raise your hand, please, because you're doing double duty. Alfonso, raise your hand. You're on the both. So with like that, Treasurer, please come and get the check here. Don Kinzel is, God bless him, the treasurer. It's a position for life. It's the only one that doesn't expire. And so, Don, you're going to officially present it to the beautiful young lady over there. And this check is in the amount of $52,000. Thank you, $546.32. And I can tell you there are a lot of hours of work, volunteer work behind this. And this is the profits from all the work that the board members have put in and the generosity of the sponsors. So with that, we would appreciate if we could do a picture with the board and the superintendent. So everybody come on up.
Do we stand behind? What do we do? Martin, what do you suggest? That we all just go to the front? I still want to. There you go. Smile.
That was wonderful. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
pictures outside with a
Not with that.
no, the
What's that?
they're gonna do a picture of them at the ATM.
Blank page?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, our Cindy's gonna let me.
Hey, everyone else's computer is logging in, but mine won't.
Read this before.
I know mine kicked off, got kicked off too. Okay, moving on to number 3, public comments. Do we have any public comments?
No, we do not.
No? Okay. We will now adjourn to closed session. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris, so moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we adjourn to closed session at 4:36 PM.
I think, is yours working?
Okay, you guys ready?
One second, I'm trying to get it to,
Oh, is it not working?
it is, I just need it to open.
Wait.
We're good.
God, my chair's not rolling. Where am I? Okay. Wait. Yeah, we just need the door closed back there. Miss Latanya, can we please close the
So
door?
we switched.
Thank you. You're not, you don't have a report to the session. Girl, it's all in under my pile. Good evening, everyone. We will now reconvene to open session. And for this month, we have Mr. Eggert, who will introduce our student for the pledge to the flag.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite John Liu from Chavez School up to the podium to lead us in tonight's flag salute. Oh, he's already there. I'd like to give a little bit of information that was shared with me by Mrs. Jensen, the principal at Chavez. John Liu is a fourth grade student at Chavez Elementary and is curious and motivated learner with a strong passion for exploring and discovery. As a decorated Boy Scout, he demonstrates commitment, responsibility, and deep appreciation for nature, with particular interest in fishing and outdoor activities. In class, John shows growth and with interest in planetary science, especially exploration of Mars and the rovers that have been successfully navigated on the surface. He often expresses a desire to contribute to future space missions, reflecting both in aberration and development interested in STEM fields. John is enthusiastic, disciplined, and a forward-thinking goals that make the promising young student that has significant potential. John, would you like to lead us in the flag salute?
May the audience please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The audience may be seated.
Would you like to join us, John?
Moving on to number 3, report of closed session action. During its recently concluded closed session, the board took action to reject only the timely claims that fall within 6 months of March 16, 2026 on the matter of R.A. versus BCSD. The vote was unanimous. Number 4, the recognition of the Links Incorporated Arts Contest STEAM Academy winners.
Thank you, Madam President. It is my honor to welcome, excuse me, Dr. Ida Randall and the representative of the Links Incorporated Foundation. They have been supporting the district for over 25, 30 years, and they actually, what they do, they provide lessons on science, STEAM to our kids on a Saturday. They do the lesson planning, they prepare the equipment, they prepare every single piece of the lesson, and they have become a role model for our students so that our students can see themselves in the future as scientifics, people who are productive. They are providing something for our district, for our city. So thank you, thank you, thank you so very much for the work that you do for our students.
Thank you. Good evening, President Salgado, board members, and Superintendent Aguilera Ford. On behalf of the Bakersfield chapter of the Links Incorporated, it is my honor to stand before you today to celebrate the creativity, talent, and excellence of our students. My name is Dr. Christy Dugas Kramer, and I am president of the Bakersfield chapter of the Links Incorporated. I am also a proud member of the Bakersfield City School District, where I serve as a restorative specialist at Walter Stern Middle School. The Links Incorporated is an international organization of professional women committed to friendship, service, and commitment with over 300 chapters worldwide. We are proud to partner with the Bakersfield City School District to support students through our Saturday Link STEM Academy. Our chapter's Saturday School concept was developed in 2007, and today it has grown into a thriving, award-winning STEAM program. Since its inception, our STEAM Academy has provided students in grades 4 through 8 with exposure, opportunity, and real connections in science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. I am going to transition here and turn it over to Kathy Bell to discuss our poster arts contest.
Good evening to everyone. I'm Kathy W. Bell. I am a member of the Links Incorporated and the chair of our Arts Committee. This evening, I want to share with you our National Poster Art Contest. Every biennial, every other year in the even year, the National Links Incorporated sponsors an art competition for students in our chapter areas. We did a local contest this year as part of the national program, and we have our 2 local winners, our first and second place winners, here with us tonight. They are our second place winner, Vanessa Bailey. She is a 5th grader at McKinley Elementary School. Please come forward, Vanessa. And show us your artwork. You can turn it around and show the board. Our first place winner in the local contest is Brenda Morales. She is a 6th grader at Emerson Middle School, and both students are part of our STEAM Academy. They received recognition on our STEAM Academy culmination and money awards and so forth, and we are going to be able to submit. Brenda Morales has been submitted to the national competition.
Oh, wow.
And She is competing nationally with the other chapters that have submitted winners as well. Unfortunately, because they're in the same grade level, we could not submit both. Had they been different grade, we can only submit one entry per category, and they're in category 2, grades 4 through 6. So we have submitted Brenda, and I did not bring, we should have given you a PowerPoint to put up on the screen, but we have circulated this flyer widely. It has a QR code on it and a link. We need the Bakersfield City School District to get out and vote for Brenda Morales for her Category 2 artwork. The voting ends on Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and so we want to get in as many votes as possible for her. So show your artwork again to us. Show it up and show it all the way around the room. I want to share with you all of this not in vain. 5 or 6 years ago, we had a winner from one of our local elementaries, Wayside Elementary, and she won $1,200. When I told her mother how much money she won, I thought she almost fainted, you know. But a little second grader won $1,200 in the national program. So that's from Bakersfield. We need you to get out the vote in this next couple of days. If you circulate this widely, it's really easy to vote. You just put your phone on that QR code, and it goes right to her artwork on the platform. And so we are so proud of our students. We are proud of the work they have done, and we really are just really rooting for Brenda's artwork to bring home a winner to Bakersfield once again. They will be announced in Detroit. We'll have a National Assembly of the Links Incorporated in Detroit in June, and the winners will be announced at that time. And of course, we'll be sharing that information.
I just want to say we extend our I do apologize. We extend our sincere appreciation to the board, district leadership, educators, and families for continued partnership and support. And today we celebrate more than art. We celebrate our voice, our vision, and the limited potential of our students here in our local community. I just want to say thank you. And then after this, I would love if the parents could come up and we could take a couple pictures. So again, thank you. Thank you for everyone. Thank you.
Just a quick comment for our superintendent. Is it possible to share the QR code in our parent square
We will.
throughout the district?
We are voting.
And on your way-
Everybody's voting.
I was gonna say, and on your way out, there is some incredible educators in the next room that are just sitting in there. I bet you they would vote too, so I'd pop in and see them.
Oh, you hear? Moving on to number 5, Excellence in BCSD Employee Recognition Program. Mr. Havens, let's see, because we have a large group of employees who we will be honoring this evening, we will pause briefly after all employees have been recognized to take the group photo outside on the steps, outside of the boardroom. Family is welcome to join us outside at that time. Additionally, during this pause, as seats in the boardroom become vacant, the overflow guest may begin to take them. Thank you, Mr. Havens.
All right, thank you, and good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure to announce our award recipients this evening, and we are going to start with a category of accountability, and that goes to Guadalupe Gonzalez, School and Community Facilitator, Driver, Bilingual from School Health and Wellness. Next, in the same category, we have Alejandra Mendoza Leon, elementary teacher from Harding Elementary. Next up, we have Gabriela Valdez, campus playground activity leader from Stern Middle School. All right, moving on to the category of caring, we have Chastity Keith, aide 2 from Frank West Elementary. Remaining in the same category of caring is Stephanie Carter, buyer 1 from purchasing. All right. Next up, we have Renelle Hinson, elementary teacher from Noble. Next up, remaining in the same category of caring, is Kissinger Yang, behavior intervention specialist from Longfellow. Do not pass go. Congratulations. Next, we have Tracy Crawford, teacher, intervention specialist from Pauley. Remaining in the same category of caring, we have Anthony Richardson, principal from Paul Cato Middle School. You're welcome. Thank you. Next, we have Elena Amaya, school psychologist from Mount Vernon Elementary. Last but not least, in the category of caring is Margarito Rodriguez, team custodian. Not here. Oh, man. We can applaud, though, still, right? Come on. Moving on to the category of collaboration, we have Juanita Alba, aide 2 from Frank West. Next up is Alberta Ruiz, psychologist from special education. Next up is Alyssa Aguirre, elementary teacher from Harding. Congratulations. Next, we have Melinda Taylor, school nurse from School Health and Wellness. All right. Next up, we have Ashley Moxley, school clerk from College Heights. All right, moving on to the category of integrity, we have Jennifer Tejada, specially funded program clerk from Compton. Remaining in the same category of integrity, we have Nora Ramirez, specially funded program clerk from Jefferson. Next up, we have Luis Velasquez, network support technician from Information Technology.
That's my coworker.
Next up, we have Matthew London, elementary teacher from Penn. Next up, Donna Reyes, behavior intervention specialist from Fremont. All right, moving on to our last category, workplace safety. We have Mariah Garcia, cafeteria playground activity leader from Voorhees. Next, we have Derek Wright, cafeteria playground activity leader from Voorhees. I was going to say, that's my program specialist son. All right, next we have Mr. David Manriquez, workplace safety coordinator, student services.
I thought they were just holding a regular portrait.
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Moving on to number 6, recognition of administrative appointments. Mr. Haven?
All right, it is my pleasure to introduce Miss Chrissy Johnson, our next principal at Frank West Elementary. So we told her a minimum of 10-minute speech she had to have prepared. She's ready, right? No, but we do want to give this opportunity to Chrissy to talk a little bit about her next adventure. So, Chrissy?
I just wanted to start by thanking the board for giving me the opportunity to continue my journey at Frank West Elementary. Through the years, I've been supported, encouraged, and influenced by so many members of this organization, including teachers, coaches, principals, district office staff, and the executive directors. Thank you to my family for being here tonight, and Mr. Russ Taylor here to support me, my daughter Maddie for always being a listening ear, and last but not least, I really want to thank the Frank West community for supporting me and working together to do great things for our students. I truly look forward to being a part of the future of Frank West Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna invite her to take a picture.
Her sister's here, by the way, just to give her a
That's my sister.
That's her sister. Yeah, we're gonna invite her to take a picture. Moving on to number 7, public comments. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. Madam President, I would like to make a motion to extend public comment on bargaining by an extra 20 minutes.
I'll second.
Okay, let's see. Yes. Do I have, well, I haven't read my card yet. I think I have to read my card first and then, but it's okay. Or is it okay, we just take a vote? Okay. take a vote. All in favor? I got a motion? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're all good. Public comments. To our visitors, members of the public may request that items be placed on the agenda of any regular board meeting. The items must be directly related to school district business. Items placed on the agenda by the public will be for information and discussion so that the board may be advised of the views of the community. Individuals may address the Board of Education by completing the forms provided at the door and submitting it to the administrative assistant prior to the start of the meeting in order to run an efficient meeting. The board is not able to take questions or comments from the floor. During special meetings, public comment is limited to items on the agenda. A nuestros visitantes, los miembros del público pueden solicitar que se incluyan temas en la agenda de cualquier reunión ordinaria de la Junta de Educación. Los temas deben estar directamente relacionados con los asuntos del distrito escolar. Los temas colocados en la agenda por el público serán para información y discusión para que la Junta de Educación pueda conocer las opiniones de la comunidad. Las personas pueden dirigirse a la Junta de Educación completando los formularios proporcionados en la puerta y entregarlos al asistente administrativa antes del inicio de la reunión. Para llevar a cabo una reunión eficiente, la Junta de Educación no puede responder preguntas ni comentarios de los asistentes. Durante las reuniones especiales, los comentarios del público se limitan a los 3 temas de la agenda. A los temas de la agenda. Oh, Miss Pam Bauer. Oh, there she is. Going in order.
Good evening again. Before you went to closed session, just so the audience knows, we presented a check for over $52,000 raised by the Education Foundation, of which I am currently the president this year anyway. So we're starting at ground zero again, raising money. And on May 6th, we have another partnership with Stuart Anderson's Black Angus. And all the funds, all the items, food items that are ordered that day, whether for dine-in or takeaway, if you were to go in, order 6 sandwiches, and just tell them it's for Bakersfield City School District, then the foundation will get up to 20% of the sale. And that is an easy way for us to make some money. And as I hope all of you know, our funds go for 2 main purposes. One is camperships for Camp Keep to help kids who can't afford to go. And then also teachers, and I've been in your position, there are plenty of funds available for teacher grants along different items. So, feel free to apply because we don't have money running out our ears, but we do have money. And we want you to use it because it's all for the children one way or the other. So I'm just asking if you can, May 6th next week, go to Stuart Anderson's. And even if you want to just pick it up on your way home, just remember to say Bakersfield City School District Foundation. Otherwise, we don't get any credit for it. So thank you and have a great rest of the meeting. I think you have more speakers than I. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer. Ashley Hopwood.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am standing before you not just as a parent, but as a voice of children who cannot always speak for themselves. I am asking to please reconsider your decision on the cameras for the special education classrooms. This movement is not small. It is not just one parent. Over 3,300 people in our community have signed our petition. That number represents families, caregivers, and community members who are all saying the same thing. We need transparency and we need to feel our children are safe. Right now, many families do not feel that transparency, and when trust is broken, it's not easily repaired. It's not about attacking teachers. This is not about creating fear. We respect our educators. We know how hard they work, and we are grateful for those who show up every day with compassion and care. But respect and accountability can exist together, because the truth is some of our children cannot come home and tell us if something is wrong. Some of them cannot explain why their behaviors have changed, why they are afraid to attend school, or why they are hurting. As parents, we are left with questions and sometimes silence. Cameras are not about punishment. They are about protection for students and staff. We already have cameras in hallways, playgrounds, and on buses because we understand that visibility creates safety. So why not extend the same level of protections to classrooms where our most vulnerable students spend the majority of their days? With the right policies, strict regulations, and respect for privacy for both staff and students, this can be done responsibly and lawfully. This is your opportunity to rebuild trust with the community, show families that you hear them, that their voices matter, and that their children matter. We are not going away. We are not giving up because this is about our children. Please reconsider your decision. Choose transparency, choose safety, and choose trust respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hopwood. Up next, Leanne Martinez.
I'm here. Hi, good evening, board members. I strongly support my friend Ashley Hopewood in this petition that has been brought forward to the board. It also obviously addresses urgent and real matters in our district. Like it stated that many of our children, particularly those who are nonverbal, cannot always fully express their experiences. That is exactly why we need to take meaningful steps towards safety and accountability. Cameras can provide clarity in critical moments and to ensure accurate information is available when it matters the most. Cameras can help create the transparency between district, classrooms, and families, especially the students, obviously, that do not advocate for themselves from day to day. This is not an attack at the staff at all. We appreciate the ones who show up every day and show that our babies love every day. It's not to find blame in situations that are in a gray scale. It's actually to be responsible and be doing better with our students, sorry. And at the end of the day, it's protecting our children, our babies that we have to entrust your staff to take care of. We wholeheartedly understand the district's concerns. We cannot accept the inaction when it comes to our children. Obviously, we will keep advocating for them. Trust between the schools and our families have been lost, and I've reiterated every time as much as I can. And we can't ignore the petition because it's not just one mom, it's not just myself and Ashley Hopewood, it's more than that. It is caregivers that we battle day to day to protect our own babies from danger that we can. I feel like it's so vital to have these cameras in the classrooms because it takes away the gray scale and the questions as a caregiver that are running constantly. What if this? What if that? Why isn't this working? Why didn't this work? How can we help to de-escalate? With that, it shows transparency and it shows that the open door to communication with us parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Ms. Barrera? Barrera. Can't, it's D-A.
Daphne.
H-N-E.
Daphne.
Daphne Barrera.
My name is Daphne Barrera. I'm an employee of BCSD. I've been employed since November of 2019. The title I carry is a CPEL. I work for Longfellow Elementary going on 7 years. I'm here to address several concerns regarding my school site. Our principal is Ochoa, our VP is Rivas, our campus supervisor is Martinez. Everyone at Longfellow makes up a chain link for our students that are the vision and the mission but are broken. Longfellow is good for promoting our site, but does not follow through with procedures that are necessary for safety for our students and staff, or the well-being for students and staff, which makes it a safety concern for everyone. Our school is a broken and corrupt system Staff members have experienced medical discrimination, accusations without investigation, defamation of character, negligence, slander for staff and students, and humiliated by Ochoa in person or on the walkie by Ms. Rivas. Staff members have experienced sexual harassment in the form of physical, verbal, or in statement. Incidents with students don't get addressed correctly. Students get yelled at, not allowed to speak. They're afraid of Ochoa, not allowed to voice or be heard. They feel angry, ignored, punished. Ochoa refuses to sign transfers for staff members and makes it hard for staff to leave. She makes it very clear they should leave, quit, or find another job. Ochoa tells her staff that they are not dependable, unprofessional, unreliable. She embarrasses and humiliates staff in front of her support staff. Teachers and staff always feel under stress that our voices are not allowed to be heard. Since Ochoa has come to Longfellow, we have a high rate of staff leaving our campus, and students don't feel safe and unable to express issues, behavior, bullying, and much more. Student protocols with incidents with students are not followed, medical related and other. I feel our children are our priority and that they are important. That's it.
Thank you. Up next, we have Petra Villanueva. Miss Maria, can I have you?
Buenas noches a todos. Yo pensaba que mi escuela estaba mal, pero ay, Dios mío, esta está peor.
Good evening to everyone. I thought my school was bad, but this is worse.
Esta noche yo vengo a
Tonight,
recordarles que hemos
remind you.
estado pidiendo que nos pongan el programa después de escuela.
I've come to remind you, we've been asking for you to offer us the after-school program.
El segundo punto que sí, la verdad, me da hasta escalofrío decir es, estamos fracasando en nuestras escuelas en los exámenes.
The second point, and it gives me chills to say, we are failing in the state testing in our school.
Quisiera yo hacerles una pregunta a ustedes como board members.
I would like to ask you as board members,
¿Qué es lo que ustedes como board members van a hacer por sus escuelas que quedan en el área que ustedes representan?
what will you do for the schools that are in the area you are representing?
Yo veo ciertas caras conocidas en ciertas juntas, pero a los demás, discúlpenme, pero no he sabido que ustedes vayan a ninguna escuela.
I see some familiar faces in some schools, but the rest of you, I'm sorry to say, I haven't seen you attending the schools
A promover con sus maestros,
to promote with your teachers,
con los padres,
with the parents,
con los estudiantes,
with the students,
con la comunidad.
with the community.
No les estoy diciendo que vayan a las 40, pero por lo menos a las escuelas que los eligieron y que ustedes representan.
I'm not asking you to go to all 40, but at least for the schools that elected you for your position.
Tienen el apoyo del superintendente y del personal. ¿Y qué están haciendo?
You have the support of the superintendent and the staff, and what are you doing?
Recuerden que nos deben el voto porque
Remember.
nosotros fuimos los que votamos por ustedes.
Remember, you owe us that vote because we were the ones that voted for you.
Ustedes no se sentaron ahí por ustedes solos, sino por nosotros los votantes.
You are not sitting there because of your own, but because of us who voted for you.
Eso me da el derecho de venir a pedirles a ustedes principalmente
That gives me the right to ask you, mainly,
que visiten sus escuelas y apoyen a sus maestros,
to visit your schools and support your teachers,
a sus estudiantes,
your students,
a nosotros los padres
us as parents,
y a la comunidad que rodea cada una de las escuelas,
and the community surrounding each one of the schools.
y no que estén muy tranquilos sentados, discúlpenme,
and not just sitting peacefully, forgive me,
pero es tiempo de que trabajen
but it's time to get to work,
para regresarle a la comunidad lo que la comunidad les ha dado a ustedes,
to return to the community what the community has given to you.
que fue su voto y su confianza.
That was their vote and their trust.
Y como pagadora de impuestos y como toda la gente que paga impuestos,
And as a taxpayer and as all the people that pay taxes,
también quiero pedirles algo,
I also want to ask you something.
que trabajen con los maestros
That you work with the teachers
y que los maestros también den lo mejor de ellos. Y si ellos están cansados,
and that the teachers give the best of themselves, and if they are tired,
ayúdenlos ustedes con una agencia que venga de fuera a querer trabajar más duro en lo que ellos estén cansados o no puedan hacer.
you help them with an agency, an external agency that will work a little harder and help them in what they are not able to do.
No estamos los padres dispuestos a seguir siendo escuelas de mejoramiento.
The parents are not willing to continue being in Richmond School.
Por favor, es tiempo de que trabajemos todos juntos
It's time that we all work together.
y díganos, ¿qué podemos hacer los padres y la comunidad para tener una mejor convivencia, para poder ayudar a los maestros y a ustedes mismos a que nos devuelvan el bienestar con nuestros hijos?
Tell us what we can do as parents and community to get together to provide a better outcome for our teachers and our students.
No estoy pidiendo para mi niño, estoy pidiendo en general para todos nuestros niños de este distrito.
I am not asking for my child. I am asking in general for other students in the district.
Por último, les voy a decir, díganos,
Lastly, I want to tell you,
denos
tell
una
us
lista de lo que quieren que nosotros apoyemos a ustedes, a los maestros y a los padres que están detrás de nosotros.
give us a list of where you need our support for you, for our teachers and the parents who are beside us.
Y ojalá y se cumpla de que las mamás que tenemos niños de educación especial
And I hope it's
se
fulfilled
pueda abrir una ventana donde nos puedan ayudar.
that the parents that have children in special education, a window is opened so that they can help.
Muchas gracias. Buenas
Thank
noches.
you. Good evening.
Gracias, señora Villanueva. Up next, we have Enoch Mendoza and Felicitas Mendoza.
Good evening. We come to request that the board reconsider and request better data and narrative on consent agenda 29, which is the Stepping Stone Group Bakersfield City District Agreement for virtual speech language pathologists to provide speech services and the special education classroom for next school year 26-27. As a parent with two students who receive speech services, it understood that a severe shortage of speech language pathologists in the district and preparation to mitigate those shortages for the school year is necessary. However, it is felt that the presented brief general description is insufficient to constitute what it asks, what it replaces, or how it benefits in lieu of in-person services. As the description currently reads, it infers that the speech services and special education classrooms, which means all, will be provided with virtual services. Most, if not all, special education classrooms in BCSD are contained, and by general definition are considered a highly specialized small group of students with significant disabilities and or have intensive needs for more than 60% of their school day. With this understanding of a special education classroom, why would the district choose these classrooms to implement virtual therapy over in-person when modeling, hand over hand, and other techniques are not optional but required? Why did the district not choose to express that virtual speech therapy would be used in general education classrooms where speech therapy targets students who do not require or have intense needs and can actively participate in a virtual therapy scenario? If this agenda item was published with errors, inaccuracies, or insufficient data for the board and the public to competently make a motion, then we request that the board defer item number 29 and it be re-agendized with the correct description and intents to avoid violating the Brown Act and subsequent filings. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Manuel Ramirez.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board and staff. I come to you this evening advocating for the preservation of history and advocating for the preservation of history and Latino identity in the wake of civil rights leader Cesar Chavez's fall from grace. Although I respect the swift and rapid response to rectify and make right the actions of Cesar Chavez by removing his name from public acknowledgement, I'm also concerned that in doing so, we're erasing Latino identity in the accomplishments of the Chicano community here in Kern. I understand the need to condemn sexual violence, no matter who it is that commits it, and acknowledge that it's a very real threat that still exists. So I'm here to request that this board bring into question whether it's wise or appropriate to continue to have schools named, to also have schools named after slave owners like our founding fathers, George Washington, who stated that his principled interest in slavery was still their contribution to the economic life of the plantation, and Thomas Jefferson, who also sexually abused slave women, having fathered children with at least one of them. Although both later changed their mind and stance, they're still ingrained in the darkest moments of the founding of our nation. Which brings me to my next question. Is it still best practice that we continue to name our schools and buildings after people and instead shift to naming our schools symbolic names? I would like to suggest a few name changes to Chavez Elementary School. Number 1, Movimiento Elementary School that still honors the spirit of the farm worker and Chicano movement. Unidad Elementary School that honors the unity of those that fought for our civil rights. Or Yokitz Elementary that honors the original inhabitants of the land we stand on. But if we must continue naming schools after people, I would also recommend the name Dr. Ray Gonzalez Elementary after the man known as the godfather of the Chicano movement in Bakersfield. Or Dolores Huerta Elementary while she's still alive to receive her flowers. I would be more than glad to do the footwork, circulate petitions, and work with your board to lead focus groups with parents and community stakeholders leading up to your board's decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Up next, we have Lance Jacobs.
Good
I'm
evening.
sorry, Mr.
For
Jacobs.
people who don't know me, I'm a 7th grade English teacher and Beta Exec Board member. I'm coming to talk about bargaining. I'll be honest, it's a shame that we're not in the big room. You can barely hear people in there, and it's always better to have everybody in the room. So if we have to do this again, I would encourage us to meet where we can be face to face. You can hear that rattlesnake whisper over there of the cowbells. I really want to talk about bargaining, the hang up on Article 14. It is so frustrating, right? Last year, we didn't get a raise. We were told, oh my God, if we pay your health benefits, we're going to have to lay people off. We're going to have to reduce positions. But we had millions, tens of millions left over. The budget is bigger this year. And oh, we can't come to the table with a decent raise option. And it is really, really insulting. It says something about where teachers fit as a priority in this district when the board is taking home thousands of dollars a month extra. You're worth it, but it's a lot when the superintendent is getting thousands and thousands of dollars more than the last one. Also worth it, but it's a lot, right? When CSEA settles for 2.5 and we get stuck even at an offer of 2, it tells us that we are the bottom rung. That is what you think of us. I sent the board an article today. I don't know if you had a chance to read it, an NPR article. And the main idea, as we say in class, of that article is that teacher pay is down, adjusted for inflation, since 2017. And I hear that from members every day because all anybody wants to talk to me about is when are we going to settle? When's the raise coming? Are we getting a retro check? I have teachers telling me, I have no money saved for summer. I don't know what I'm going to do. I have teachers tell me, I have 2 kids, I'm a single mom, and I work a second job on the weekends. in addition to going through induction to try to get my credential cleared so that I can pay rent and feed my kids. I have teachers telling me this summer, all I'm gonna eat is ramen noodles and hot dogs so that I can afford to feed my kids. Right? I mean, this is what I'm hearing from members. We feel it. The gas, the amount that you're offering us, what we would take home per month, for most of us, won't pay the increase in the gasoline for our cars. It sure won't pay the increase in PG&E. We feel it every day. And we're not asking for a lot. I sit on the CAX committee at State Council where you've seen those we can't wait strikes. And I'm hearing districts like Anaheim down there saying that they negotiated a raise that caused the districts to spend down reserves every year. We're not asking you to spend down reserves. We want you to be able to continue to have reserves, but we would like a raise that allows us to maintain our dignity and our standard of living. Very difficult.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Up next, we have Kayla Ferguson.
Oh, no, Kayla got in before. She's in the other room, she'll go.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. Thank you for taking the time to extend our comments tonight. I appreciate it. I really hope we're able to get everybody for that. I wanted to kind of share with you that throughout the year, we are all waiting here to see what the outcome of bargaining is going to be. And we're waiting to see, are we going to be seen in those results? We can't wait any longer. All of our sick leave is exhausted at this point. So we can't even take days off to show you that we're not happy with what's being presented. You're being fed this narrative that BCSD has to underpay its teachers or risk its financial solvency. And that's a lie. We have 20% in reserves when the law says 3%. What are we doing with the other 17%? We are consistently filing exemption after exemption every year when we're supposed to be spending 60% of our budget on teacher salaries for a district of this size. And we're not. And it's a shame to stand in front of this sign and do that to our educators. I stand here tonight to let you know that 1.5% with a tiny bump to 2% in the last hour is insulting. I absolutely agree with Mr. Jacobs, who says that that tells us exactly where we stand, and it is not okay. I've said it before at these meetings, but there is not a curriculum on this planet, a professional development on this planet, an SEL module of videos that nobody asked for, including the surveys from CNI to your educators, cannot replace what a well-trained, veteran, responsive educator can do for the kids in this district. If you pulled that module series for SEL, if you stopped telling us we're lucky to get summer professional development for extra work at our sites when we didn't ask for that either, you could easily fund this raise. Easily. Stop giving us this message that we don't deserve the raise we do unless we kill ourselves doing extra work over the summer to get it. We're worth more. We're worth more. And this board, I have loved seeing the fire in questioning things, bids given to organizations that don't represent here and what we believe in. But where's that fire and energy now when you're just accepting that it's okay that if we give this raise to our educators, that somehow this district, this absolutely behemoth financially of a district will somehow go under? You have pupil money being spent through ADA that's up by 70% since the 2018-2019 school year. So you can cry all you want about declining enrollment, but it's not affecting the bottom line. You're making more per pupil, a bigger budget this year than we have ever had, and it's time to spend it where it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Up next, we have Penny Marquez.
Good evening. My name is Penny Marquez, and I'm a first grader at Williams. My speech tonight is called Without Teachers. Without teachers, I wouldn't be able to read. Because I was taught to read, I can make words come alive in my brain. Reading makes me very joyful. Without teachers, I wouldn't be able to write descriptive stories. Because I was taught to describe, my writing is full of amazing adjectives, adverbs, and transition words. Writing makes me a great author. Without teachers, I wouldn't be as talented of an artist as I am. Because I learned to draw and paint, my family got to visit and see my art at the district office. Without teachers, I wouldn't have learned to sing and perform. Because I learned the arts, I get to be on stage and share my voice at the spring showcase at Williams Elementary. Teachers deserve a fair paycheck because they do more than just teach. A teacher can make kids feel safe, like they are special, and that every student matters. Thank you, Miss Merritt. I love your You Matter clock. You matter too. Thank you, Miss Kimball, for making me feel special even on my rough days. Thank you, Mrs. Ramirez, for teaching me more about words so I can read more challenging books. Thank you, Mrs. Richards, for teaching me how to regulate my feelings with my toolbox tools. Thank you, Mrs. Razami, for inspiring me to become an art and music teacher just like you. Thank you, BCSD School Board, for listening. But before you thank a teacher, remember, more than praise, teachers need a raise.
Up next, we have Mrs. Perez, Lila Perez.
Okay, buenas tardes, good afternoon, honorable school members, superintendent, staff and communities, perdón. My name is Lila Perez, a kindergarten dual immersion teacher at Harris Elementary. I'd like to honor the indigenous ancestors of this region by acknowledging that we are all living and working in Yokat lands. My ask and action is that we take care of the lands. It starts with me. I'm here today as the Beta Voice and Ethnic Minority at Large Director, and I'm part of the Beta Executive Board. I'm here to say to you, please stop wasting our district resources and stop wasting our bargaining team's instructional teaching time. Move on with the negotiations. Be fair, be respectful, be inspired to do what is right for more than 1,800 teachers who make a difference at 43 schools. Okay, in my speech I had 1.5, so I entered that, it's going up to 2. Doesn't matter. Yesterday, the raise with the current conditions, 2.0, in our city, our state, our country, is a disgraceful offer. Considering the significant economic shifts and the rising cost of living that our teachers are currently facing across the nation and within our own state and city, such a minimal increase fails to address the financial realities and the needs of the workforce, our teachers. This proposal does not reflect the value of the labor provided by our teachers. We have dedicated teachers who work beyond their mandatory work hours. Teachers who show up at 6 a.m., 6 a.m., 7, in the morning on campus. Teachers who stay until 4, 6, and even 7 p.m. Here you go. And getting things done for their students, grading papers, messaging parents, communication. This unwavering commitment often sees them arriving before the sun rises to prepare lessons, staying long after the final bell to ensure every student's needs are met, beyond their primary teaching duties. These educators invest countless additional hours into professional development, extracurricular activities, and maintaining vital communication with families to foster a supportive learning environment. I know that some members of the board members are educators. And I understand, you know what I'm saying, because you too go above and beyond. You too go above and beyond your classrooms. You're community leaders. You are a board member. You should also know the tactics a school district uses to scare you into believing there isn't enough money to go around. These strategies often involve presenting complex budget spreadsheets, the emphasizes deficits while obscuring discretionary funds, or suggesting that supporting staff fairly would necessitate cutting essential student programs. By framing the conversation around scarcity, the district attempts to dampen advocacy and discourage the pursuit of equitable compensation for those who dedicate their lives to the classroom. Please do what's right and just. Thank you, BCSD. Thank you, community, and do what's right.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Up next, we have Tracy Ruiz.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm here today not just as a teacher, but as someone who shows up for our students no matter the circumstances. Like my colleagues, I wear many hats: educator, counselor, mentor, and sometimes the only stable adult in a child's life. We are being told no to a 5% raise. Meanwhile, the board approves a 281% increase for yourselves. I want you to understand how that feels from where we stand. It feels like a complete disconnect from the reality in our classrooms. Our classified staff, who are essential to keeping our schools running, were just offered 2.5. These are the people who support our most vulnerable students, who keep campuses safe and functioning. That number doesn't reflect their value, it diminishes it. Every day, teachers go above and beyond what is asked. We give up our breaks, we use our protected time to complete IEPs, TSSs, and endless documentation. We manage escalating behaviors, often without adequate support. We are expected to meet every academic, social, and emotional need of our students, but who is looking out for us? We are exhausted. We are leaving the profession, not because we don't care, but because we are not being supported, respected, or heard. We cannot continue to be misunderstood or undervalued. This decision is more than numbers on a spreadsheet. It's a statement about what and who you value. Right now, it feels like a slap in the face to the professionals who keep this district running every single day. If you want strong schools, you must invest in the people who make them work. That means fair compensation, that means respect, and that means action. If you started from the bottom of the ladder, then please remember what it was like and remember where you came from. Please do better, BCSD. Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Rocha Carrillo.
Good evening, fellow board members, educators, and community. I'm Denise Rocha Carrillo. I'm a dual immersion kindergarten teacher at Voorhees Elementary School. And I want to ask you, the board of BCSD, do you not think the teachers of this district deserve a fair contract that gives us a correct, quote-unquote cost of living adjustment raise? To continuously say no to our needs of a higher salary, make it clear you do not think very highly of us. We are the teachers that are in the trenches, dealing with all kinds of learners and personalities. We are the ones showing up every day to not just teach the standards. They include reading, phonics, math, social studies, SEL, science, PE. I could go on. No, it also means we're there to test throughout the year. It never ends, throughout the year, even in kindergarten. Oh, and a side note, I think testing in kindergarten is developmentally inappropriate when they learn best through play and hands-on projects. We are the ones who have to do the added job of documenting and putting it in Aries, all of it, when we have challenging and spicy students in our classrooms. We have to be the ones who teach. Oh, that's not enough. Do interventions. Oh, wait, that's not enough. Counsel. Teach them how to regulate SEL, do small groups, one-on-one tutoring, can do all that and do parent conferences and keep in communications with the community, along with, oh, that's right, Aries reporting, so we can perhaps maybe the same school year get a TSS done. We not only deserve, but need our 5% raise, which personally, I come from LA Unified as well. It should be a double digit, 10%. I'm a beta rep, and I'm seeing how unfair it's all been for a while. But this would definitely help with the cost of living, the current cost of living right now. Everything's gone up, in case you haven't noticed. Board members, I urge you to consider that we are the people creating our future. If we are not compensated accordingly, then there will continue to be a shortage of teachers that are qualified, dedicated, and hardworking. That's all of us. That's including some of you. And they will be gone from here, BCSD.
Thank you.
Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Up next, we have Robert Duke. And then Ms. Holman will be after. Thank you. Robert Duke. Doe? Mhm. Okay. Ms. Holman.
Good evening. First and foremost, I want to thank you so much for listening to us about Textbook Selection Committee, because we now get to actually hear from the company that the junior high, there was a junior high company that was only offering to junior high, and they were originally kind of cut out of our options, and we now get to see them next week and hopefully get to pilot. So thank you for listening, and hopefully we'll listen again. It's not only not acceptable that you've only offered us 2%, which is not even the current cost of living increase, which means that's not a raise, in case anybody can do math, but also saying no to longevity. So I personally have a very strong feeling about longevity. I've been in the district 22 years. Admin gets longevity, CSEA gets longevity. Nobody cares that I've stayed with this district for this long. And honestly, there's years that it's been awful, because sometimes we just say, figure it out. And we don't care that there's social emotional problems and these children need more help than me. But anyways, so I really think that The longevity bonus needs to be there as well as obviously the raise increase being higher. I do not, as much as I love having longevity pins, I'd rather have money. I have 3. One of them fell off last year because they're nice and cheap and don't stay together. So your own agenda today, you have an item that says you are in need of highly qualified teachers. I don't know if you know, the Kern High School District currently has enough positions open to empty out an entire highly qualified staff of junior high student teachers at this district. So give your bargaining team permission, since they've told our team multiple times they don't have permission to bargain. Take off the handcuffs, let them do what they need to do. Stop cutting the days short where you've already provided a sub, we've already paid for the sub, and then we cut the day short because I don't know what's happening. So please stop wasting money on half days and just bargain with us and find a happy medium. Please, longevity. 2.5% is the bottom on admin. I'd be happy with that. Please, please, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holman. Up next, we have Michael Thomas Marquez. Jerika Burnett. Jerica.
She's taking notes and time. Good evening. My name is Jerica Burnett. I am a teacher in this district, and I stand before you tonight not just as an employee, but someone who has given a decade with this district. And I'm asking that you give something meaningful back. I chose this profession not because it would make me rich. I chose it because of the students. I show up for these students every day. I believe in these students, but belief doesn't pay my bills. I am tired, not a tired that summer break can fix. I mean a deep exhaustion of being told year after year that I am valued and being handed an offer that proves otherwise. 1.5%? Oh wait, 2%. One-time SEL training that we didn't ask for? I know these numbers say about how this district sees me, and I need you to understand, so do my colleagues. So do the ones who have already left. I spend money on my own supplies. I answer emails after hours. I consult students through crises that have nothing to do with the curriculum. I do all of this because I love these kids, but love is not a compensation package. I want to stay in this district. I want to keep doing the work, but I need to know that there are people sitting at the table seeing me as a professional worthy of a real wage. Not a gesture, not a training, not a number that barely keeps pace with inflation. You have the opportunity to do what is right, to send a message to every teacher in this district, that a message that we see you, we respect you, and we are investing in you. Or you could say, 2% is what you're worth. I'm asking you, please choose something better. Choose something that reflects the reality of what we do and the difference that we all make. We are not asking for the moon. We are asking to be treated like the professionals we are. Thank you. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comments. Moving on to the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting on Tuesday, March 24, 2026.
This is Chris. So moved to approve the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Motion passes. Up next, we have the reports of district organizations. For the Bakersfield Elementary Teachers Association, we have Mr. Comstock, President.
Good evening. I am here tonight. Sorry. More cowbell, I know. All right, so I did something a little different tonight. Normally I just speak off the cuff to you, but I can't do that tonight because there have been too many really good speakers, and I want to make sure that I hit my points and don't belabor them. And this is probably the sixth version of this speech that I did because the first few were very angry, and I took the spice out of it. So, good evening, board members and superintendent. I'm speaking tonight in my role as the Beta president regarding the current status of bargaining. That's all I'm going to talk about tonight. I want to focus on three areas: process, financial reality, and priorities. One, our bargaining process. Bargaining this year has been unusually slow. Now, and I'm going to ad-lib a little bit, it has also been productive. We've had 14 articles and we had language for 12 of them. And we have gotten through 11 of those articles with some very good back and forth bargaining, which we have not had in the past. So I thank you for that. What I don't appreciate is the slow rolling of the bargaining process. We are now at the end of April and we have held just 14 meetings. In past cycles, particularly the last time we went to mediation, we exceeded 20, and that was by January. More concerning than the pace is the repeated interruption of negotiations due to the district's team stating they don't have the authority to proceed. That directly conflicts with the agreed upon bargaining norms, which state that both teams have the full authority to reach tentative agreements subject to ratification. Nobody on the district's bargaining team should be looking at my bargaining chair, Tom, to John, to any of them, and say, we can't go farther because we have to get permission. Everybody on the Beta team has the right and the ability to make that deal, to make the tentative agreement. They don't have to come and say, Steve, can I do this? Exec board, can I do this? They've been empowered to reach an agreement. And the agreement that we reached with all of you and our bargaining norms, number one, state that your team has that ability too. But we have shut down multiple meetings so they can come back because, frankly, they have ceded authority to the 5 of you. They have said we have to go talk to the school board to find out what we can actually do. We're not authorized to talk about those things. Your job isn't to bargain. That's their job. The board does not bargain. The teams at the table are expected to do that work, and right now, that process is not functioning as it's intended. The next thing I want to talk about is the financial reality. The second issue is the difference between projected budgets and actual financial outcomes. Projections versus facts. So I'm going to talk a little bit about enrollment, ADA, and revenue reality. Beta recognizes that BCSD, like many districts across the county and state, are experiencing declining enrollment. And as a result, there's fewer students that have been counted for average daily attendance than in recent years. However, what has not been clearly communicated is how this enrollment shift has actually impacted district revenue. The state has implemented funding mechanisms that help stabilize district revenues despite declining enrollment. While student counts have decreased, per pupil funding has increased significantly over the same 5- and 6-year period. And as a result, the district has generated substantially more revenue overall to use on fewer students. In the last 5 years, the ADA has produced over $150 million more than it did 5 years ago with fewer students. I don't know how you can claim financial distress. Oh, that's my next line. BCSD is not in a position of financial distress, but rather operating with increased revenue capacity and fewer students to serve. Over the past 5 to 6 years, the district has consistently projected deficit spending. Those projections have used the frame to be the limitations for us at the bargaining table. However, when those projections are compared to the audited actuals, the official numbers adopted and reported to the state, a pattern emerges. Year after year, projected deficits have resulted in significant surpluses. 2020, 2021, projected deficit, a $52.2 million surplus. 2021-22, projected deficit, $48.4 million surplus. 2022 and 23, projected deficit, $121.7 million surplus. We know ESSER funds. And then in 2023-24, projected deficit, $45.8 million surplus in the end. And just this last fall, late summer, we sat in this room and heard somebody say, we actually ended up with more money than we thought we were going to. We ended up with tens of millions of dollars that weren't expected. Again, that's not a mistake, that's a pattern. Now, just so you know, this is not an isolated occurrence. It's a consistent pattern of overestimating expenditures and underutilizing available resources. It almost feels intentional to say that we're going to spend more money than you actually do, so that at the end, look, we came out okay, but we didn't have to pay the teachers what they're worth. At the same time, the district has repeatedly fallen below required spending levels for educator compensation under California Ed Code 41372. That's the 60% that other people were talking about. The last 6 years, this board 5 times consecutively voted for a waiver to not follow Ed Code. This year, they failed twice to pass that same waiver, yet this district was able to go ahead and process it without the board's approval. So I guess your vote doesn't matter any more than us in the classroom teaching. I'm getting all of this not from ChatGPT or someplace else. I'm getting these from our audited actuals. I'm not making projections. I'm pulling facts directly from board docs, directly from the documents that we submit to the state to say where we are. I'm talking about actual things, facts, not projections. We need to stop living off of projections and start working on what we actually see. And what we see is a consistent pattern of us having more money at the end of the year than we thought we were going to, and you continue not to pay the teachers the fair amount that Ed Code says you're supposed to. I have no problems with, well, that's in my priorities section. I'll get into priorities now. Finally, it comes down to priorities. In recent months, this board has taken action to approve a historically strong superintendent compensation package, which is fine. We want talent that improves student outcomes and employee working conditions. And if we need to pay for it, then we pay for it. I have no problems with that. I think that we're in a better position than we have been in a long time in the superintendent position. So I think that that's a smart way to spend it. Increasing board compensation under Ed Code 35120, which is also fine if we use it to attract the brightest and the best so that we have an effective board to help guide this district. I have no problems with that either. I think that it was the right thing to do. Now, I don't know that I like the way you changed board policy to state that you shall earn the highest amount, the maximum amount allowable under Ed Code, when you won't pay the minimum amount required to the teachers of BCSD. And at this meeting, you're going to move forward with updated executive salary schedules. again, if we have good people, it's worth it. We have some damn good people in this building right now. They're worth it. These are deliberate financial decisions. At the same time, you've done all this, educators received a 0% raise last year. Despite financial outcomes that showed that we could have easily had a 4.5+% raise, and you still would have maintained a surplus. But we got 0. And here we are again today, looking at something that's not the COLA. It's not fair. It's not equitable compared to what everybody else is getting. It's time to actually start that healing process by taking care of the folks that are here. So in closing, the issue that's before us is not whether resources exist. It's how those resources are being prioritized. Beta's ready to meet, we're ready to bargain, and we're ready to reach an agreement. What's needed now is a functioning bargaining process. Because what's going on right now with the stop and start, you had 17 days from our last meeting to get the authorization needed to end this yesterday. And then they met for 3 hours yesterday. What a waste of time. 17 days between bargaining sessions. We had our stuff together. We need alignment between financial reality and the actual decision making. And we need a clear commitment to make educators a priority. It's time to make educators and average BCSD employees a budgeting priority. And you can do it based on facts from your own audits and your own financial findings. I'm asking you, the 5 of you, to do what's right. And I would like to ask permission from the superintendent to introduce you to some people who came out tonight that wanted to be heard. I know that CSEA did this a meeting ago. I would love for the folks in back to please be able to come on through and show you who they are. I promise not to introduce each one. It'll take a long time. Come on. I know I'm slowing everything down, but you know what? These are important people. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you, kiddo. Thank you, buddy. Thank you so much. Come on, Diane. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Oh. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for lending your voice and everything else. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully we don't have to do this again. Thank you. I'll talk to you soon. Thanks, sir. Thank you for coming out. Thank you, Kathy. Everybody, thank you for coming out. Thank you, guys. Thank you, ma'am. Come on, John, you're holding things up, buddy. Thank you, guys. Thank you for bringing me out. Thank you. I promise it does end. And right before I give up the mic, I just want to say, one of the people that walked through was one of my 6th grade students, not that long, and now she's a teacher in our district. I feel so freaking old. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Comstock. Wait for the doors to close. Oh, no. Up next, we have the California School Employees Association, Chapter 48, Dinah May Jimenez, the president.
Good evening, everyone. That was a nice demonstration. I agree with Steve. Sorry. Good evening, Superintendent, members of the board, community. I do agree with Steve. I do believe that we should all get paid what's fair and equitable. I agree with the gentleman that spoke earlier that said about the Cesar Chavez, changing the name as Cesar Chavez School. I agree that we shouldn't change the name. It should stay the same, but if it has to be changed, I think Movimiento would be a nice name. I have a few items to share with you tonight. We have reached a tentative agreement with the district after many months of negotiations. The members will ratify this TA on Friday, May 1st, this Friday. Even though we thought through months of negotiations, on a positive note, the retro checks will be arriving in time to enjoy the summer with family and some much needed vacation, so that would be nice. The summer hours MOU will be drafted for 12-month employees, allowing them to work for 4 10-hour days with 3 days off each week. The schedule will be implemented for 3 weeks in July. We continue to have productive labor management meetings with human resources, and I hope this collaboration continues throughout the summer. The superintendent also provides us with a monthly meeting to discuss labor concerns at the management level. I hope these meetings will continue during the summer as well. I would like to revisit the ongoing concern of favoritism. The definition of favoritism is the unfair or partial treatment of certain individuals or groups over others with equal qualifications, often based on bias rather than merit. Unfortunately, this continues to occur across several departments and school sites. Lastly, I would like to emphasize that management should lead by example. The principle of treating others as you would like to be treated, do unto others as you would like to have them do unto you, right? Still holds true. There are concerns that some principals may be engaging in verbally inappropriate behavior towards classified staff. Because these incidents are not documented in writing, they can be difficult to formally address. However, they are impactful and concerning nonetheless. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dyname. For number 3, we have Neighbors International Union of North America, La Una, Mr. Bob Boyd, is not here. And moving on to board member comments, we have Mr. Fuentes up first.
All right. Thanks for everybody for coming tonight. As a classroom teacher myself, I know how precious those hours you spent here with us is. So I really want to appreciate the teachers who came and spoke tonight. Just keep holding the fire to our feet and don't stop that. That'll be all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. Up next, we have Dr. Chris.
Happy Autism Awareness Month to everyone. Thank you to all of our speakers, but especially our teachers.
Can you get closer to the microphone?
Sure. Echoing what Mr. Fuentes said, I apologize. Sometimes I can't control my facial expressions, and some of you were very witty, and some of your signs were very funny. But it also demonstrates the magic that exists on in our school sites and in our classrooms. And so I apologize if anyone found my. Sometimes I laugh and I scare people, so I apologize that I laughed a couple times. I forget. But I know it's not a laughing matter, and I agree with Anthony. For those of you who've come to board meetings before this year, to honor our movement of literacy, I talk about what I'm reading every month. I was only able to get through about $5 this month, and most of them are about bees and dragons. But I did have a really good conversation with a high school girl. I volunteered at the speech and debate high school tournament last week and 2 weeks ago. But a student was reading a book that I had read, and I said to her, "Is that age appropriate?" And she said, "Ma'am, I am reading way above my grade level." And I was like, fair enough. I revoke that comment. Let me buy you another book. So, I think there's a lot of conversation about what do we want our kids to be reading, but I am so excited when I see any young person reading a chapter book. And it just brings me so much joy. And, most of the books I read this month would be banned at a school, so I won't mention any of them by names, but they did bring me joy. It was a tough month, you guys. I got to find joy where I can, and for me, it's reading books about dragons. Also, I just wanted to say, the board docs has been down today, so normally I try the day of our board meeting to email a report of the things I've been doing for the month, but I will submit that today to our team to add as well. Instead of going through all the things I did this month, I think it's easier to just add that to my board comments report and attach it, so it'll be there if you'd like it. But thank you again to everyone for coming. I'm sorry if my facial expressions or laughter offended anyone, but we really appreciated the voices, the creativity, and the people that make this district great.
Thank you, Dr. Chris. Up next, we have Ms. Malley.
I love your laughter personally.
Thank you.
It encourages me sometimes too. I wanted to start by recognizing the, I believe, 600 parents or so that graduated from Parent University at the Fox Theater. That's a really big deal.
It's our biggest one yet, right?
Cool. So finishing something like that while balancing work, family, and everything else takes a lot of commitment. I myself has not had a chance to go through that process, but I'm thinking I might be able to do it next year because I was really inspired by all of the parents there this year. It just says a lot about how much families are investing in their kids. As we're heading into the end of the year, I hope we keep that momentum going and continue supporting our students and family to finish strong. I also wanted to talk to you about something that's not entirely board related, but kind of I had a reaction to it over the past month, and it does involve our kids, so I want to talk about that a little bit. I don't know if anyone saw on the news that there was a group of students that were riding on bikes all throughout town within our community. They were moving through different parts of town, and at one point, a large number of them came through a local skate park. I was actually there with my son. He was skateboarding, and all of a sudden, just all these high schoolers, some junior hires, and even elementary kids showed up. And I work in a high school, so I wasn't taken aback at first. I was like, it's okay. But there was just a massive amount of students. So when I saw them riding together almost in a pack, it was like, you could tell it had been something that was organized online. It looked like high school students, but again, I know that there were BCSD students in there for sure. This was over in central Bakersfield. So it was loud, it was chaotic, but it was also just kids. They were being social, they were playful, and they weren't bothering me or anyone around them, and I did not feel unsafe. So what stood out to me was the reaction afterwards from our community. When groups of young people, many of them are students, show up in certain parts of town, they get labeled pretty quickly. The conversation shifts to what rules were broken instead of just recognizing what's actually happening, which is kids just being kids, riding around on their bikes and spending time together. We should not confuse visibility with threat, even though some of these students maybe popped up in a part of town that they're not normally. That doesn't mean that safety doesn't matter. I know this board is very cautious based on a lot of accidents that happened over the past year. So I'm not saying that our students should not be following the rules of the road. But when you have a group of kids this big moving through shared spaces, things can get unpredictable, especially when younger kids like our junior hires and elementary school kids are involved. So we want our students to be aware, to make good choices, but also to respect the people around them. But I do think there's an opportunity here. These are kids that are choosing to be outside, which is good at the end of the day. They're choosing to be active. They're choosing to be on their bikes and to be together. I see smaller groups when I drop my son off at school. I see them riding through my neighborhood. And instead of shutting that down, I think we should be thinking about ways we can support our students over the summer to stay positive and safe. So especially in the summer months, our summer camp programs, I think they're called just maybe STEAM this summer. It's a great option to keep our students engaged. I know, honestly, my son isn't always super eager to wake up early in the mornings, but he is very eager to go to the summer camps. He really enjoys it. So I was just connecting everything, and again, I know a small percentage of those are our students, but it spoke to me just the way that our community responded, and I just think we all need to keep in mind that these are still children, and they're out in the world just trying to find something to do, have fun with their friends, and be out when it's beautiful weather. I also wanted to say something to our teachers that were here tonight. I know it's a tough moment. I know there's frustration, but their work is seen and it does matter. They show up for our students we know every single day. And I respect the bargaining process, even though we're not directly involved with the negotiation. It's important, and I'm hoping very much so that it moves forward thoughtfully. I also want to acknowledge the people in the room and relationships that matter in the district. And at the end of the day, this is about how we show up for each other, our students, families, staff, and how we keep moving forward. So I hope we can do that together in the next coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mallory. Up next, we have Mr. Egger.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I do want to thank the teachers that came out and made their views known. I respect that and always do appreciate it. There's been a lot of events this month. The girls' conference that took place at Cato a couple of Saturdays ago, put on by Mr. Neal's department, was of course once again very impressed by the girls that were involved. That it just shows you the dedication, and how involved they are. And it was a Saturday morning, and there were a lot of staff members, and I appreciate all their hard work, Mr. Neal's department, for coordinating that as always. And of course, thank Chevron, who has supported it for the last couple of years with a very substantial donation so that we can put that on. And I enjoyed attending it. Also, it is Autism Awareness Month, and I've attended a couple of Chavez and also Fletcher's autism awareness events where the kids got to interact with different areas, different stations. At Chavez, it was a pirate ship, and they made hats, and it just watching them with their parents, and I just so appreciated seeing that and the engagement and the commitment of their parents. And then also at Fletcher, the dedication, the parents involved, the love from those teachers and those instructional aides is commendable. I just, as you all know, I see it from a different light as having a grandson. And I just see that, the love. It is just so appreciative that we have the dedicated staff that service those children. And on Friday, there was an event put on by the district and KCSOS for special ed parents. And I attended that. It was a session for parents. And it was one they do every other year, but now because they have a facility, they'll be doing it every year. And I found it very rewarding. The turnout was fabulous. I wish we could have got more parents from BCSD there, but it was very worthwhile. They had a lot of vendors there that explain what services they offer. And I saw the parents engaged, finding out things that they need to know. And I mean, that's, something that I've always strived for is the education of our parents that have children with special needs and educating them. And so I was very pleased on seeing that. And just, look forward to the rest of the week and the rest of the month. There's a lot going on next month, so we're going to be very busy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eggers. I know we've had a long meeting so far, so I will keep my comments brief. I want to thank all who came for public comments, also everybody else that's still sitting here at this board meeting. And teachers, please know that I do value you. And we will continue to working to find ways to compensate you while staying physically solvent. I value democracy. Parents, we listen. We understand you, and we will continue to work with staff to get things right. Thank you. Up next, we have our superintendent, Dr. Carlin Aguilera, with his report.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening, everyone. Buenas noches. Magandang umaga. I will be brief as well. I want to start by thanking our CSEA leadership for the meetings and the interactions that we have, the honest conversations that we have during those meetings. And even though we may not agree all the time, I believe that the key component right here is listening, understanding, valuing, and coming up with a solution. Whether we agree or not with that solution, at the very end, we want to support the people that are doing the work. And we have to find something in the middle that can let us move forward. So thank you, and we'll continue doing that as long as we do it with respect. Lately, we have been receiving some threats and some phone calls to some of our schools. I want to thank the staff at the school level that they are the immediate first responders at the site level, and the way in which those systems for emergency response are taking place at the school. We want to say thank you. You know the procedures, you know who to call, you know how to act. And even though we cannot control every single agent from the outside, at the school site level, you know what to do. With that, I also want to thank our central office staff, the different teams that take care of those emergencies immediately, and how they go, they respond to the school, they visit the school. And I want to name specifically Dr. Fulenweider, Mr. Manriquez, for your immediate action, as well as communication departments that actually work with the team to respond and to create the line of communication to the families. And so thank you to each one of you, because you are responsive, and as soon as we receive information, everyone is finding a solution. Those are the things that happen behind the scenes that people may not know that these things are happening. And in one morning, we can have up to 10 different type of incidents in this team. And at the school level, these people are responding. We don't publicize all of that because fortunately, those get solved and those get addressed. And at times are not necessarily worth communicating because we may create panic unnecessarily. However, it is important to know that your child in our schools is safe, that your children are safe because there are people who care about them at the school level and centrally as well. Finally, I want to say that we, and when I say we, the staff, are already planning not just for summer school, but planning for next school year. I know that there is professional development and there is professional development. So I know that the team had listened, had read the feedback of the teachers, and I hope that what you see happening and taking place is a response of the request. And we will continue listening. And as much as we can do things like let's figure out the adoption, let's figure out the PD. So please know that we are here to work with you and will continue this collaboration even in times of disagreements. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Carney. Number 3, we have the Cultural Heritage Recognition for May, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Mr. Fuentes will read that for us tonight.
Bakersfield City School District is observing Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month from May 1 to May 31st by celebrating the contributions and influence of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Americans to the history, culture, and achievements of the United States. The observance was first established in 1978 as a week-long recognition and was expanded in 1992 to a month-long celebration. May was selected to commemorate the arrival of the first Japanese immigrants to the United States on May 7, 1843, and to mark the anniversary of the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad on May 10, 1869. Chinese immigrants made up the majority of the workers who laid the railroad tracks. Each year, the President of the United States proclaims May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, as designated by federal law. California is home to one of the largest Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander populations in the nation. And understanding this history is an important part of honoring the month. The Board of Trustees encourages all staff and families to visit our BCSD Cultural Heritage Guide located on our district webpage for activities and resources to honor, recognize, and celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. Number 4, approval of resolution designating classified school employee week as of May 18 to 22 of 2026. It is recommended that the resolution of designating May 18 to 2026 as classified school employee week be approved. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Woohoo! Roll call, Mr. Fuentes?
Aye.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Aye.
Ms. Malley? Yes. And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Motion carries. Number 5, approval of the resolution designating date of the teacher on May 13, 2026. It is recommended that the resolution designating May 13, 2026 as day of the teacher be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve. This is Chris, I second.
Any discussion? Woohoo! Roll call, Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes.
Can I ask one question, Madam President?
Yes.
We're not giving away buttons, are we? Okay, I thought it was funny, sorry.
Motion carries.
They need to be high quality, so.
Number 6, resolution to designate May as Mental Health Awareness Month. It is recommended that the resolution to designate May as Mental Health Awareness Month be adopted. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? Roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
I myself am a yes. Thank you. Number 7. Whew. The resolution to stand with survivors and recognize farm workers. It is recommended that the resolution to stand with survivors and recognize farm workers be approved. What was
I
that?
move to approve. Yeah.
Okay. Do I have a second?
This is Chris, I second.
Any discussion?
I would like to discuss this item.
Okay.
We did have a speaker on this tonight, and I agreed with most of what they said, but I will say, and this is a very hard comment to make, but I'm gonna say it. I think that it's deeply problematic to have a school that children attend with the name of a person who had sex with children on it. I think that's something that we need to swiftly address, no matter what that person's history was. I don't think their name should be on an elementary school. And I mean, this independent report was pretty comprehensive, and I'm from Bakersfield. I remember the fight to get this school named. My niece went to this school. I feel really strongly about how important this school is in our district. And I think that we have some hard conversations with our community and with the parents and the students and the staff at that school site about how we're gonna move forward. But I appreciated the public comment that acknowledged, like, we don't have a lot of schools that acknowledge our labor history. We don't have schools that acknowledge our Mexican-American history that is so deeply rooted and important to the history of the San Joaquin Central Valley. This is one of the few places that stands for that in BCSD. And I hope that we can find a way as a board and as a community together to honor that, but still also stand with survivors.
Any more discussion?
Sí se puede.
So we have motion, a second, discussion. We'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Aye.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley? Yes. And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Sorry, my laptop froze. Motion carries. It's blank. Here, I'll call it. Number 8, approval to initiate the renaming process for Cesar Chavez Elementary. Thank you.
This is Chris, so moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Sí se puede.
I know we're not supposed to directly address comments from the public, but I did want to say that I really appreciated Mr. Ramirez's comments, and I want to go through the whole process. I've never been through this process before. I know that it's going to seek stakeholder feedback from all rounds of our community, and hopefully from the students themselves, not as an afterthought, but as part of the process. But I loved the idea of keeping the intent of the school based on the original cause. So I love those ideas. I know there's going to be many more. But I just wanted to comment on that, and we'll see where it takes us.
That was a good comment.
Any more discussion? Roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Moving on to number 9. It is recommended that the board select a runoff candidate for the 2026 CSBA Delegate Assembly. We have 2 runoff candidates. One is Maria Luisa Ramos from Arvin Union School District. The other is Chris Cruz Boone from the Bakersfield City School
I would like
District.
to nominate Dr. Chris Cruz Boone.
I second it.
I have a question. I'm so sorry. Anthony, you've served on this board before. The Bakersfield College and the CSUB graduation are the first 2 days of the first meeting for this. Could I miss the first couple days of the first meeting in May? Like, did you ever miss anything? Like, how big of a deal is it? I don't want to accept it if it's going to be a conflict, and I don't want to miss, like, the hooding.
Right.
No, no,
I don't
no,
wanna miss CSCB hooding or my students graduating,
I would
so.
say you would be okay as long as you're checking in with the other folks who are on the committee so that you know what's going on. Any updates get to you a couple of days ahead and you'll be fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
that helps so much, okay.
Or you can send your twin.
I would not do that, that's illegal. I do have an identical twin, I would not make her go represent me at a. You know what, you guys laugh, but my twin sister takes pictures with people in the community and at school sites all the time because she doesn't wanna explain to people that she's my twin and which I just think is.
Well, how do we know who you are right now?
She doesn't have blue hair.
Well, that doesn't mean,
Okay,
I
fair
think
enough.
one of the
keep it that
funniest
way.
things she's ever said to me is, I was making a joke about how people get us confused sometimes because we both have two last names and we're the same age, and she said, with my twin in the mix, we're unstoppable.
And I'm gonna recuse myself from this vote, Madam President.
Okay. Sorry, my laptop and Board Docs has been acting up the last few days. Okay, so we have motion, second, discussion. Roll call. Mr. Fuentes, you agree?
My
Mr.
my
Eggert?
vote is yes.
Yes. Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
You approve?
Abstain?
Yes.
Yes, and I myself am a yes. Okay, motion carries. Dr. Chris Cruz Boone. Moving on to the next item, the board will now take a 5-minute recess.
Board of Trustees and guests. So today I bring to you just a few changes, and they're not really changes, they're just some movements in our LCAP. So starting with our first goal is academic achievement. Bakersfield City School District is committed to ensuring the academic achievement of all students through culturally responsive and high quality teaching and learning, where all students are supported in a multi-tier system of supports to reach grade level mastery of all content standards. So part of what we do, there's minor changes in other actions, but these are the actions where we either added staff or we switched some of the funding based on if it was allocable and allowable with other funds. So 1.7, 1.15, 1.24, 1.28, it's not really a change, we just added some staff to those actions. For 1.25, based out of the feedback that I shared with you last time I was here, when I presented to you, was making sure that we find some tutoring for our students, which came out of all of our different educational partners. And then, of course, the summer academies, that usually is out of ELOP, so we're switching some of that funding into ELOP because it's typically an LCAP, but it is allowable to use our summer or STEAM academies with ALOP. And then 1.34, we have a lot of focus on our career technical education for our junior high, middle school kids, and also some of our elementary schools. So we do want an action. We do have a grant, and it is led by Mrs. Brooke Streisig. But one of the things that we do want to do is, even though it's not necessarily the funds out of LCAP, but our action, we want to add an action into our LCAP. So that's an additional action, actually, and it's 1.34. So in our second goal of safe and healthy learning environments, Bakersfield City School District will foster safe, supportive, and engaging schools that empower students with self-efficacy, agency, and strong social emotional skills through targeted supports like behavioral interventions, wellness centers, expanded sports, and leadership programs, ensuring every student thrives in a positive, inclusive environment. And for this goal, we had 2.7. It was added, we added 3 school psychologists to this action, which is allowable. And then our sports program as well, and also our electronic sports in 4th through 8th grade. So some of these in 2.16 and 2.19, we are able to move some of these into our ELOP, which is what our intent is to be able to move them, which is allowable and allocable in ELOP. And so that's short and sweet. So, all right, thank you.
Okay, gotta work now. Okay, that concludes the presentation, and then for number 3, we have the administrative hearing panel action. It is recommended that the administrative hearing panel's recommendations be approved. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris, so moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? We'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Egger?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Up next, we have business services. Ms. Gladden?
Good evening. I have no formal report tonight, and our items are on the consent agenda, and I'm happy to entertain questions when that comes up.
Thank you. Next, we have Human Resources Assistant Superintendent's Report, Mr. Mike Havens.
All right, good evening. So I have several items that I'm seeking approval on tonight, starting with the first one, which is the approval of the stipend for all administrators and school psychologists who work outside of the regular workday, week, or year.
Okay, great, thank you. Number 2, it is recommended that payment to all administrators and school psychologists who work outside of the regular workday, week, or year be approved. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris, so moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? We'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Egger?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yep.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Motion carries. Number 3, it is recommended that the declaration of need of fully qualified educators in accordance with the provisions of Education Code Section 44225 D and G and 44300 be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? We'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Aye.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am an yes. Motion carries. Number 4, it is recommended that the executive management salary schedules be ratified and approved. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second, I'd like to speak on.
Okay, discussion. Go ahead, Mr. Eggert.
Yeah, can you explain it to me? Because I think it's not interpreted the right way, that this has nothing to do with negotiations for the current year. So, Mr. Havens, if you explain it too.
It's not pay raises, right? We're not doing
Absolutely, and I
steps.
was gonna start, just
It's
kind of lead
just
with that.
Legally required by PERS, yeah?
Correct. So it is a legal requirement by PERS, CalPERS, that our pay schedules be publicly available. And so this has nothing to do with any executive cabinet level position receiving any type of a raise. If you'll notice that the salary schedule actually goes all the way back to 2015, which is when we needed those to be publicly posted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Havens. Any more discussion? We'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yep.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. For number 5, it is recommended that the classified human resources report be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris, so moved.
Do I have a second?
Second. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Fuentes, second. Any discussion? We'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Aye.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself am a yes.
And I want to just interject on the next one for the approval of the certificated board report. It is recommended for us that the certificated board report be approved, but we want the removal of the changes involving Alfred Alvarado, vice principal, and the title change for coordinator ed tech. That coordinator ed tech title change will be brought to the next board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Havens.
This is Chris Boone. I move to approve the certificated human resources report with the change to the removal of Alfred Alvarado and the ed tech teacher wording. Second.
Okay. Any more discussion or? Roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Aye.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself am a yes. Moving on to board policies. This is the revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, Section 601.01, Conduct of Pupils, first reading. Is there any discussion on this? Thank you. Number 2, this is the revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, Section 601.04, suspension and expulsion, due process, first reading. Any discussion?
I did have a quick question on this one. Since this goes through the procedures of what happens when a student is suspended
Can you
and,
speak into them?
yeah, I'm sorry. And, what other means of correction are, I just wanted to ask, do we have like a unified process of how it's documented the other means of correction before a student is suspended?
Yes, we do. It's all listed in Aries, the different types of intervention or the different supports. It's all listed before all of that.
Okay.
There is, there's just a lot before it's suspended. There's some things that we have to obviously expel that it's mandated by, that we have the, almost mandated that we have to expel, put them up for expulsion. But all of those interventions are listed in Aries.
Okay, and
for
so
all
everything
schools.
consistently, each school is documented, so if a student meets with a BIS or YES or something
Yes,
like that. okay.
absolutely. Yes, correct.
Thank you, Ms. Orozco. Any more discussion on this? Number 3. It is recommended that the board policy 602.04 noon permits be deleted. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris, so moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? We'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Aye.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Number 4. It is recommended that the administrative regulation 602.04 noon permits be deleted.
This is Chris, so moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I remember when you could go off campus.
We'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Aye.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself am a yes.
Me too.
Revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 601.04, suspension and expulsion, due process, administrative regulation, first reading. Any discussion on this?
Yeah, I had a couple questions. So specifically on page 3, we added the wording for our rehabilitation plans and readmission plans. In the 6 years that I've been on the district board, we've been advised of what the readmission plans and what the rehab plans were for every student that we would expel. So it's my understanding this has always existed for our district. It's just that this is the state just making us add this wording, or?
No, it needs to be now listed, like actually listed.
So we have to
And we have to
articulate that we
bring-
do it
To
in every
allow the
case.
students to come back.
Got it. But
Which we did tonight.
we've always done, right? Like that's,
We've always, yeah.
I'm like,
And Amy,
did we
Amy
not do
Burdick,
this?
Amy Burdick goes and visits the kids, at least monthly to make sure that our kids are following that rehab plan, to come back. But there's some wording that needed to be added formally to our plans. And I don't know if Dr. Fully-Whiter wants to speak and expand on it.
I didn't even,
it's like, you got it.
I didn't even see him there. I kept looking for him.
No, I appreciate that because I was like, I feel like we've always done this. And I just wanted to make sure that we actually have always done this. It's just that the state wants us to make it more clear in our policy.
Yeah. It needs to be, and it needs to be written in their rehabilitation plan as reentry.
But it,
Yes.
just that
We
change
need to
of
add
word.
that certain language.
Because we've always
Yes.
had, I thought, a behavior plan to get them back to the school site, right? Haven't we?
Correct.
Okay, I'm like, that line existed, but we have to add to our policy that existed and we have to label it a certain way. now.
Correct.
They adjusted specific requirements that rehabilitation plans must now have within them. So that's really, we've always had rehabilitation plans, that's always been a part of the law, but there's specific requirements now that must be a part of those rehabilitation plans.
But they're not changing anything. We already do best practices. We're just
Absolutely.
writing it down.
Absolutely.
That's what I was like, I feel like, why are we writing this? Because I think we already do this.
We were well positioned to be in alignment with the new law.
That was very well put, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fullenwider. Any more discussion? Oh, where did it go? Any more discussion? Nope. Okay. Moving on to the consent agenda.
This is, Chris, I would like to move to approve the consent agenda except for item 15, 16, and 29. I'd like to pull for discussion.
I actually wanted to.
Add
pull
one?
31 for a separate vote.
Okay, so 31.
And I would like to pull 12 for discussion.
Ooh, okay.
So,
All right.
I'm sorry, what were the numbers
I
again?
remove my motion, I amend my motion, because it would be a motion to approve all the other ones, and then we could talk about the other ones one by one, is that?
Yeah, well, I wanted, yeah.
Yeah,
separate,
so my
yeah.
motion would be to approve all of the items in the consent agenda except for 12, 15, 16, 29, and 31.
And you? 12.
Oh, I got 12.
Yeah, 12, 15, 16, 29,
and 31.
and 31.
15 and 16.
I got it.
Okay, you got it.
I got
Okay,
it for you.
okay,
That's why I
sorry.
said this one's for you, okay.
So just once again, 12, 15, 16, 29, and 31. Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay.
No, I was looking out for you.
So it is recommended that the consent agenda be approved as submitted, but you
but pulling items 12, 15, 16, 29, and 31. So everything else
Okay.
would be approved in this vote, but those.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Are we pulling for a
Yes.
separate vote?
For those other items, yeah.
Yeah, and just some discussion.
Second.
Second, okay, motion, second, discussion.
Where we can start
We're
with.
like-
We don't need
No.
discussion yet.
No,
so
we need to approve.
We need to
the
approve
other
this one.
Approve
The
the
discussion
consent
is
agenda
after
with the exception.
And then
of
I'll make a
items.
motion on 12, we can
Okay,
discuss 12.
so do we approve?
You got the motion,
remainder.
now
The
you
rest of
just
it.
need the report.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Fuentes.
Yes?
Mr. Eggers.
Yes.
Dr. Chris.
Aye.
Ms. Malley.
Yes.
And I myself am a yes. So now we'll talk about number 12 first.
This is Chris Boone. I move to approve item 12.
Second.
Okay.
Discussion on item
Discussion.
12.
Okay.
Ms.
The
Malley.
reason why I
Yes.
wanted to pull this one, and I hope I'm right because, like I said, board docs have been difficult. But this is one that I remember I either discussed or voted no on last year as well. When you look at the pricing structure for the field trips that we have through the Kern County Superintendent of Schools, I feel like they're excessive. So for example, I believe the breakdown on this one was $50 per students for about a 3-hour field trip. The issue that I have is that when you go look at the prices for students, for example, if you're to go to the Kern County Museum, I think it's $5 or so for students, and then you can have like a whole family membership for $55 for 2 adults and 6 children. And so we're paying for 3 hours for one child to go visit one place, $50. So I know that we're working with another educational organization, but it just seems a little bit excessive in my opinion. I still want the students obviously to go on these field trips. I know they have to make money. But when I looked at the breakdown, it said that it was $50 because it was the trip, it was the staff and the materials. But I mean, when you're having that many students go, I don't think you're having like even one staff per 10 or 30, students there. So I just, I will vote for this, but I would like to look into the process of how that number is calculated and maybe possibly just look into some other field trip alternatives that are more reasonable, with some other outside organizations as well. I know the STEAM Yard's great. I know the students like going to the Buena Vista Museum, but again, I just can't help but think about the actual price of what it is for a whole family to go to all of those venues for a whole year because they have a reciprocal membership and then we're paying the same price for one day for one student. I would rather our students have a pass to go all year.
Can anyone on the staff speak to
That's
the
what I was
extra
Ms. Santiago, are you
benefit of
available?
KCSOS? I'm sure there's some bells and whistles, but we don't know what they are.
So the cost for the students includes all of the activities and the materials that they use. Plus, they also maintain our ratio that's required with ELOP. So when we send kinder and TK students, we have to maintain a 1-to-10 ratio. So they ensure that the staff requirement is a 1-to-10 ratio for that group. And then anybody that's older, it's the 1-to-20 ratio. So they also ensure that the staffing that's there supports that also.
So I'm not sure if everyone understands that, and I want to make sure I understand it correctly. Normally, it would be our responsibility when we organize our own field trip to make sure we meet that staffing ratio for ELOP, but that state requirement for those grant dollars is met by the KCSOS step themselves and not a burden to the school site staff.
They also ensure that their staff meets that requirement also for our students that go. So it's the cost of staffing, it's the cost of materials that they use while they're there, so.
And I know we do provide our own transportation too, so that's
Yeah.
not inclusive. So
Yes.
again, I will vote for it. It's just that it feels a little top heavy as far as we have these places that we partner with and they're buying them all up and then it's like they tell us the price and we have to pay for it. So just thinking long term.
Okay, so for item number 12, we have a motion and we have a second. Any more discussion? Okay, we'll do roll call vote. Mr. Fuentes?
Aye.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Aye.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself am a yes.
This is,
Motion carries.
this is Dr. Chris Boone. I'd like to make a motion to approve items 15 and 16 from the consent agenda.
A second?
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, I just wanted to applaud this program. I had the opportunity to go up to Visalia where it's implemented in their school district. and the different career paths that it offers. I was able to see it in a junior high, and I think it's a great opportunity for our students, and just realize that this is a beginning, a start, and that some of the different labs they have, I mean, it goes all the way through. There's some even for elementary that's available, but I appreciate it. I know there's grants that we pay for it with, so it's not that there's money not available, but I'm glad that we have taken this on. And I just watched the students up in Visalia that were hands-on and just the different opportunities to work with those, and they had the different stations in the classroom, and I'm looking forward to seeing it in action.
I also wanted to share, I wanted to come in the district, we're piloting this program at Cato and Lincoln.
Can you speak a little bit more into the microphone? so
Yeah,
we can
we're
hear?
piloting this program, and the one that we're bringing tonight, I believe, just at Cato and Lincoln, yeah. And so I had communicated to the district that I'm really excited to see the outcomes at those school sites, because there's been a lot of demand from parents and students at some of our more historic school sites for middle schools that want more opportunities like this for our kiddos. And I'd really like to see us scale up to some of those sites as well. But I know with these kind of programs, we have to scale, we have to start, we have to see, because sometimes when we approve a program everywhere, it doesn't work everywhere. So I'm excited to see us get started and excited to see where we can grow.
I think the sooner we get options for students in their mind too, it's helpful because our students see teachers all day and they see what their parents do, and a lot of times it's pretty limited to that. So the more ideas and we can provide for them, it's more helpful down the road.
Ma'am, you almost sound like an academic counselor.
I do social emotional.
I have one other, I do have one
Go
more
ahead.
question. You know, I just asked, I know this is for elective during the classroom time. Will there be any way to move this also available during the after-school program?
Yes.
As something to look at, and then acting, you know, offering it to those students that don't have the opportunity to have that elective, that they still can have that opportunity. That will give us more openings, and especially in the junior high level where there's not a whole bunch of participation. And this might entice them.
Absolutely.
I guess I understood, is this coming out of ELOP dollars, or is this a
So
CTEC grant?
there's two. There's one for ELOP, so we want to, just exactly to Mr. Egger's point, use it during an after-school program. And maybe, I don't know if Jennifer and Brooke can both come and speak if you need more clarification. But we want to do both. We want to do after-school program, and we want to do the junior high, and eventually, you know, make it expand more. And I just want to I do want to say that Mr. Egger and I, you and I had a conversation, I think it was last year CSB, was it CSB? I think we were talking about it. And so when you were telling me these ideas, I think we brought it. And so now we're going to start it, and it is kind of slow, and you know, 2 schools and ELOP, but hopefully we'll expand as we learn from our teachers where things aren't working, what do we need to get better at. Hopefully we'll grow the program.
And just for clarification, when you say ELOP dollars, that means this program is being funded through something that couldn't be used for general fund salaries,
Correct.
let's say teachers.
That's correct. So one is ELOP and the second is the CTEIG grant. And so those both cannot be used for that. Correct.
Any more discussion? We'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes.
Yes.
Mr. Egger.
Yes.
Dr. Chris.
Cato next, yes.
Ms. Malley. Yes. And I myself am a yes. Moving on to number 29.
This is Chris Cruz Boone. I move to approve item 29.
Second.
Okay, what is the discussion on this one?
I mean, I think if the parents don't, here's the thing. I understand that every year we don't have enough speech therapists in order to meet the legal need required. And we only use this, it says up to this amount, we only use this in extenuating circumstances. But if that language is not clear on our public facing document, I think it is worth revising to make that more explicit. And so I will be voting no, and I didn't plan on voting no tonight, but I think that that was a really important distinction, especially with some technology issues that we've had today. My big question was, would voting no affect access for any students imminently if we were to move this to a special, our next special meeting or to our next meeting?
Was
So
that Ms. Orozco that would?
this contract would be for 26, 27,
it
and
doesn't-
maybe Brooke can speak more to it.
So it wouldn't affect any services that
For
are currently
this year.
happening. It's for, we're planning
Next
ahead
year.
for the next school year.
Awesome.
Okay?
Can we motion to table?
Well, we could just vote no and then they could fix the language and put it on the next item.
That works.
Go ahead, Mr. Eggert.
Yeah, can Brooke explain a little bit more about, how do we determine who gets the Zoom, who gets the in-person? Because I know, looking at, a child with special needs and the communication over Zoom really would be that beneficial for that student to get the best type of services.
So what we do, this is, like we talked about, is that bridge. As we are continuing to hire in person, helps to keep the caseloads down as we are onboarding and training our new SLPs. How it happens, if we are using any online tele SLPs, the current in-person SLP at the site works with the tele. So we still have in-person at every single site, some too. But they will determine between themselves, okay, who is going to benefit from services provided this way. And so they will work that out because they know the students. If something comes up and they need to make an adjustment, they will do that. So it's a coordination with the in-person BCSD and the tele working together to determine who will benefit from services that way.
I just wanted to clarify as well, because one of my nieces needed to use this service at one point. They are not on a computer by themselves with an SLP. One of our staff is there helping them to make sure that it meets the IEP and all of the guidelines required.
So we have a speech aid that, ensures that all the students are there, collects them all, makes sure that they are online, they're attentive, they're not just there, we're making sure that they're participating. So we do have a speech aid that is accompanying the students and helping to, redirect or anything else that needs support in person while the tele is online.
Go ahead, Mr. Eggert.
One more question regarding, during the IEP, can a parent opt out of that in case that was going to happen?
They can call at any time. So it doesn't even have to be waiting for an IEP. They can actually request, they can talk to their speech therapist or call the special education office.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
At risk of sounding like an academic counselor again, speaking of college and careers, that's an excellent career to go into. If anyone's looking for something, like all the school districts are always looking for speech therapists, and it's a high-paying job. Unfortunately, we don't have it at our local university, but I believe Fresno State does.
Fresno State does, so does Northridge, and if you are bilingual, we especially need folks that are bilingual. But I think the clarifications you just made, Brooke, were so wonderful, and I had personal experience with this program as well. I don't know if it was Stepping Stone specifically, but utilizing the service. For me, I'm gonna vote no, because I'm hoping we can add some of that language, so it's more publicly facing, clear on those outcomes, and parents aren't as nervous.
That's no problem.
Ms. Streisig, real quick. Also, it's a $1 million contract, but that's up to $1 million. It doesn't mean that that's how much we're actually paying them.
Yes, that would be if we employed 8 teles all year, every day, which that is not what we're expecting to do. We are expecting to build it as we need it, so that is up to, we will not exceed that amount.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, any more discussion?
I would like to clarify, a no vote would be done with the intention of bringing it back with clearer language. That's what you're looking for. Cool.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Thank you. That's it.
Go ahead, Mr.
Wouldn't
Eggert.
wouldn't it be better just to pull it?
Well, we
And-
already have a motion on the
Oh,
floor, so
okay,
we have to.
never mind. Okay, okay.
It's my fault.
Okay, no, that-
I made a motion.
Manda? Okay, Mr. Fuentes?
Nope.
Mr. Eggert?
No.
Dr. Chris?
No.
Ms. Malley?
No.
And I myself am a no. Okay, motion carries.
This says, Chris, I make a motion to approve consent agenda item 31. I second.
Discussion. That was an item that I had.
Okay, I was like, who was it?
There's a couple things on this one, not only, I understand there's money in the extended learning opportunity program also known as the after-school program. But as we're spending these dollars, I'm being very cautious of how and with what entity we're spending it. And one of the things is this contract with the legal program worth the investment that we are making? So I have several questions, actually. I don't know if Ms. Santillan would be able to answer any of these, or if she can just loop back with the board and get answers for us, because at this point, like, $2 million is a lot of money.
Can I just say one thing? I have had some experience with the Levo, and I'm not a Levo in particular, but with my kids doing sports, it's so hard to find people to be the referee at any of those events. And just having a contract that says they will have referees, they will have everything at 42 elementary schools, so all of our kids to do any sports they want. I'm like, yeah, I want to vote for that. So for me, I mean, and maybe I'm misunderstanding the contract in that way, but it's also finding those volunteers, coordinating all those pieces is a burden that's been difficult for the district as well. And there's such a demand for sports at the elementary level to get the kids moving and outside more. And if I am completely representing that wrong, please tell me.
No,
I'm so
you're right.
sorry, Ms. Santan.
No, you are right, you are
Okay.
right. You're right. And the intention of having this was to give students choice. So they're in our after-school program, but we know that they love to participate in sports. So we wanted to give them the opportunity to build up those skills, not to just go out for PE, but to build up those skills that will get them ready for junior high sports where it's more competitive. So that's what Alevo does, is they work on those skills that the students will need for the sports that we use in junior high.
And we've used them previously, right?
Yes,
Okay.
they won the previous contract.
And they used to be called Coast to Coast,
Mhm.
so this is like 15 years ago when I was a principal, that was what it was, they were called Coast to Coast, they just have changed
We
them.
don't consistently use the same, it's based on the bid process every year.
No, no, but
Correct.
they're, yeah, it's the RFP that they won.
Okay. And they did have a pretty thorough one, I did look through that, it had all of them.
Will we automatically spend, I'm so sorry.
No, it's
I
okay.
apologize. Are we gonna spend the full 2.3 or is it up to 2.3 like with the?
It's up to, it's up to. And then in the RFQP, it also allows for the schools, if they want to contract with them, not using ELOP dollars, but their school site budget, to have noon time to sports. So.
I did, I think, notice in the agenda later too, there is a meeting where it coordinates the employees of this with the district, right? And it was like Boys and Girls Club as well too, and they're all getting together to look at some norms and like what the process is going to be like.
Oh,
So-
yes.
So
I
maybe
see
if
what
we
you're
have
saying.
some questions about what they're doing, then maybe we could speak with the superintendent in between now and then and kind of let us know, because,
For the beginning of the school year.
yeah, I'm just
correct.
like, well, I think Laura and I have had conversations about our expectations of after-school programs and things like that. But I think that we have time over the summer to discuss that, and maybe make that a central part of that meeting, some of our concerns.
Go ahead,
But we need
Mr.
some more.
Eggert.
No, I had, talked to the superintendent regarding, and he'd indicated about putting together a strategic plan for the after-school program and having more of a set, and I know that there's some training coming up during the summer with the Boys and Girls Club. And I think that's the right direction that, I think we're taking.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, Brooke, too, that like, and Laura as well, that, I think it's great that our partners that we contract with are willing to go through our onboardings and trainings to make sure they understand our policies and our district. Like, I think it's great. So, I mean, some private contractors wouldn't, so I think it's great that's part of our process.
I have more discussion. I
Do it,
wasn't
girl,
done.
do it.
So that was my first question. And then the other one was, what is the evidence that this program is working? It's like, what is the evaluation of this program? And I know I'm just throwing all these questions out there, but this is all the stuff that I was thinking as I was looking at $2 million. Like, that is a lot of money. What is the evaluation of this program? Another point of interest for me is that to ensure that our staff gets opportunities to work with the ELOP, perhaps extending or having even our CPALs, working something out with the union and having them come back and work during the LOP. It's different funding, right? And I was gonna ask the superintendent, I would like to see a real strategic plan for the ELOP. Also, I am more interested in seeing more programs that will lead to a career path, not just like kicking a ball or playing sports. Realistically speaking, it's never too early to get our kids ready. And there's programs saying, just reading on the previous item. I want to see students excited about experiencing a career path and experience hands-on learning on actual career path, not just kicking a ball and running around. They can put that energy into something that's going to benefit them on the long run. Because unfortunately, the current high school district has C-Tech, but it's just been recently that we started partnering up our middle schools and having them go visit C-Tech. But what about our elementary kids? Like, we're just telling them, oh, what do you want to do when you grow up? And it's never too early, again, to show them what career path there really is out there. And again, I would like to see these $2 million go to something like that instead of just kicking the ball and having a rep out there.
We can get you the data that you're asking for too, and provide that for you.
I also think just having options in general is good because I know that not all students do have to do this. And also I know as a mom to a very energetic 8-year-old, like he's inside the classroom and that's because of the 2 competing programs where he's at school right now, but he's not outside enough at the end of the day. And I think that's an issue that'll be resolved next year when there's not 2 programs at that school. But I think just having options for all the students, because some students are gonna want that. Some students are gonna want drama after school. I know they had a photography club at my son's school. So just having those options for each of the students is great.
I mean, and one of the things that I liked about this proposal is it seems like there was some developmentally appropriate like inroads into sports. It wasn't just like, these are the rules of volleyball or soccer. It was like, here's the fundamentals of soccer and teamwork. And I don't think that kids need to start picking careers in kindergarten. I think they need to play. So, I mean, I'm not anti-CTEC, but I'm like, let's talk about Zygotsky and a lot more play and a little bit less like teaching kids how to be plumbers when they're 5 years old. I don't know.
It's not about teaching them, it's showing them what career path is out there. Go ahead, Mr.
And then, as I said, this program does have for elementary. It is just giving them, it's not the hands-on like the junior high, it's just exposing them, and it's mainly designed for a 4, 5, 6 than a, primary. But as I said, it's a good beginning. And I know that where I was given this information was from Zane at the Boys and Girls Club. And it just so happened to be that next weekend where Visalia was available. So they're looking at, at that opportunity also. So it'd be good, both sides.
I do agree with Laura though, on the fact that we do need to be careful about the money that we use for after school. We do have a lot compared to other districts. And we just want to make sure that we're using it the right way because a lot of our students are at school many hours after they get out. So we just want to make sure that we're using it in a variety of ways and using it in capacities that are beneficial for all of our students.
Right. Not all after-school programs are good.
They can be better.
They could be.
Yes,
Some have
Some of them are great.
better. Some have areas for improvement. Are we running out of ELOP dollars? Like, are we, okay. I mean, I don't know. I know last year we sent money back, right? To the state. We had extra. Okay. And again, this may feel like a redundant question, but when we talk about these kind of contracts, those extended learning opportunity program dollars cannot be spent on teacher salaries. They can only be spent specifically on after-school programs.
Yes, there are certain areas that we have to also use. So even in using the plan that Mrs. Santillan has presented to you, I think it was last June, we do have to adhere to all of those areas to make sure that, they comply to what the state is requiring us to do.
I just think that just because we have it doesn't mean just blow it on whoever's giving us a proposal. Hey, we'll be out there reffing, that we look at our test scores.
I think we did need something sports related though, and that was the purpose of this particular RFP. They went through and they asked a number of organizations, and out of, I think it was what, like 7, 8, 9, 10? This one was the best one.
14.
Oh, 14, okay.
It was
Yeah, quite a
robust.
bit.
But that is robust.
But yeah, I did look at their scores and again, I've had good experiences in the past. Yeah.
Okay, so any more discussion? So the motion on the floor is to approve number 31, and we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Aye.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
I myself am a no. Moving on to the adjournment for today.
This is Chris, I move to adjourn.
It is recommended that the board meeting be adjourned in memory of Stern teacher Serena Dickerson, Chavez teacher Lindsay Peterson, and Thorner teacher Catherine Clark, and that a moment of silence be observed. We lost 3 great teachers.
I made a motion to adjourn, but I think we still need a second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting is adjourned at 9 p.m. Thank you.